Good morning. Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we live? Can I turn off these notifications over here so it's not so loud? Good morning in the chat. Okay. Well, today's so far a pretty good start to the day. I'm actually currently in this trade right now. We had an impulsive breakout entry directly out of the playbook. So what that looks like is we have this aggressive falling delta, and this signal pulls up, ticks down right under the delta with a delta candle that's growing in size. So you can see that we tapered down and then we started to get thicker here. So my entry candle is on this tick down right here. So I entered on the close of that candle, stop goes over the swing high, and we're currently riding this down. So we have this pivot line down here at 139.25. That could be a potential target. If we get there, looks like that's about 58 points. But really, I'm waiting for a signal here on the cumulative delta, so I'm going to wait for that. Ideally, what I want to see is a close above a thin delta. Right now, we're actually putting in a little bullish divergence. So we have this higher low printing on the signal line, but we have lower low on the price. A little bit of bullish divergence. So this could also be a take profit point right here. I'm going to wait for a close above the delta there. And this trade just kind of magically presented itself right when I sat down. It was at 8:03 a.m. So I didn't even look at the higher time frames really yet. Looks like we're going to close above the 8 SMA there as well. And now we got the delta tapering to a fine point. All right. I am out. So I would have been better off if I just exited right here at that bullish divergence. But instead, we're out up here. Still got 121 ticks out of it, so not too bad. It's 30.25 points. Okay, looking at the higher time frame, technically we are bullish until that delta crosses under that confirmation line, so we'll go ahead and leave that one. On the 15-minute, delta is below the confirmation line, delta's falling, and the signal is currently ticked down, so I'm going to go ahead and flip that over to bearish. And it looks like we did get a close under the confirmation line on the 5. So I'm going to go ahead and flip that bearish as well. And now we will wait for the next setup here. However, we are ticking up from this lower power zone on the 5. So this little, I know we had an impulsive move down here, but that could easily turn around here. Let's go ahead and check out the news for today. Looks like we have job openings at 9 a.m. That's the next news event. And then nothing else for the rest of the day, really. Tomorrow, we have ADP non-farm employment change at 7:15. That one usually jostles the market a little bit. And we have ISM services PMI at 9 tomorrow. Other than that, there's not too much going on. Fed Chair Powell speaks at 12:45 p.m. These are all my local time, Central Time. So not too much after 9 today. So here, if this delta keeps rising the way that it is, and if we get the signal to come down here and tick up, that would be a long entry. Jaywaz, good morning. How you doing today? Personally, I am feeling a little under the weather today. My daughter's been sick. She's been kind of sniffling and coughing. And I think she's finally handed it over to me. So I woke up today with my eyes feeling pretty nasty, but not too bad. So far, it's just like a little bit of a cold. I hope I can kick it by Thursday because I gotta fly out on Thursday. I'm flying to Toronto. Which means I probably will not be streaming on Thursday or Friday this week. All right, we are ticking up here. I would have liked to see this pull down a little bit further and then tick up, but that's pretty janky looking. So, So I think I'm going to pass on that one there. Not really liking the way that's looking. Got a little bit of volatility jumping in here at 825. But you know, the last few days I've been ignoring signals just prior to the open. So I told myself I'm going to start getting a little bit more aggressive. I'm going to start taking these signals here right before the open if we get them. So let's see what the market gives us here. We do have a little bit of chop setting in on that delta. Something to be aware of. Yeah, jolts at 10 Eastern. Yep. So technically we do have this delta squeeze set up right before the open. I said I was going to get a little bit more aggressive today. Maybe I should have taken that one right here. That's that green triangle right there. We have the positive slope on the delta. It is heading up. We do have a little bit of chop in there, but got 3 minutes till the open. The hidden one, good morning. Yeah, I said I was going to get a little bit more aggressive here, but I still have to like the setup. I don't really like the setup. All right, now she's trying to push down a little bit. We are ticking down from that red zone. Got that pivot sitting down here at 139. Kind of feels like it wants to get hit. So we didn't officially, no, yeah, I guess we did officially take down at 828. That delta is negative. Went ahead and took the short here. We'll see if the open can push us down a little here. So my entry there was the tick down from the red zone with a weak negative delta. We did just hit that pivot, so I'm going to go ahead and move to break even. And it took me out at my break even. I could have targeted that pivot line and put some in the bag, but I was kind of hoping we'd blow through it. It's all right. Now we just wait for a new setup. We're getting a tick up above the delta, which is actually pretty bullish. Delta's tapering to a fine point here. But this is still, if we go positive right here, that's going to be chop still on our chop box. We are ticked down on the 5. The 5's still falling pretty hard. So if you wanted to trade in line with the 5, we should wait for another short setup. Back down to that pivot line. Stealth, good morning. Delta is flashing positive there. This tick up above the delta, earlier I said that's very bullish when you see that happen. I didn't like that the delta was going so negative right there. Let's see if I would have got away with it. No, I would have got stopped out on that next candle. So good thing I didn't take that one. Got our little mini broadening formation setting up here. We got our lower lows, our higher highs. dark blue line up there is VWAP, so we might want to go tag that and head back lower possibly. And we just touched VWAP. My trading view seems very slow today. I don't know if you guys are seeing that, but like my tick ups and tick downs, normally they show right on the candle close. Like when the next candle starts, that's when that, when that's official. But it's like lagging. It like takes another 20 seconds or so. And then I could see like this other indicator, it seems to be lagging too. It's usually not like that, so I know it's not the indicator. It's probably something going on with TradingView. All right, we are getting that tick down from the upper power zone. After touching VWAP, this might be a possible short opportunity here. If you guys hear any snoring, that's not me. That's my dog under my chair. Delta is tapering. We are ticking down from that upper power zone. I'll go ahead and give that a shot. I'm short. From 167.75. My 80 tick stop looks a little small for this price action. We'll see here. Whew. Thought that was going to take me out. It was like 1 penny away from taking me out. And now it took me out. All right, well, we got a full stop on that one. That's no fun. But, we were at the top of this broadening formation. We reacted off of VWAP. We took down from the power zone. Everything lined up. So, still might roll over. It just might take some time here. Unless we can get back above VWAP. JWAS took the entry off the 8 for a long. Not a bad idea. It probably would have been safer for me to wait for a close under the 8. So, good job on that one. We do have this aggressively rising delta now, so buyers they're definitely stepping in here, and it's growing. We are reacting off that order block up there. We tick down here in the that upper power zone, we'll have a little bit of bearish divergence. However, Delta appears to be really strong right here, so I probably still wouldn't short that. Now that the Delta is above the confirmation line, we should be looking for a long here. So just have to wait a little bit more. There's our tick down from the upper power zone, the bearish divergence. So we see if we get a little bit of a pullback here. See what Bitcoin's doing. It's like we pulled back down to like 93,565 on Bitcoin. So things are dropping a bit. So with this new Zeiierman indicator, it's interesting because I don't know if you guys can see this on your screen, but we had a green line here, so that's more of like a positive trend. Changes to a red line, and then on this little histogram looking thing, that's supposed to be or signal a pullback within the downtrend. So you're supposed to go short right here. And we tried going short there. We just got stopped out. So might have just been too early. But again, I'm not really using that. I'm just kind of evaluating it, seeing if it adds anything to what I'm trying to do. All right, we just got a tick up on a rising delta. That's technically impulsive breakout entry. Delta on the 5 starting to turn positive as well. I was a little slow on the trigger on that one. I tried to get filled right here. It just passed me up for long. See how those delta candles are growing? So we tapered down and then it sized back up on this tick up with a aggressively rising delta. That's a long entry right there in the playbook. And I just got filled. Still got to get above that order block to continue being bullish here, though. And if we tick down here, I'm going to pull the plug if that delta's tapering down. Or go to break even. Break even sounds better. Almost got me there. All right, looks like I am out. Another break even. And now we wait. See if we set something else up here. Okay. So far, could not push past that order block up there, but doesn't mean it can't. It's just struggling a little bit. That delta's still rising, so as long as it stays positive, keeps rising, if we keep getting these higher lows on the signal, you know, we have a potential bull flag breakout entry. Kind of a messy looking one, but that delta's still rising here. Went ahead and took that. So I'm back in long here. It's at 199. And again, this entry that I entered in here, this is the bull flag breakout entry in the playbook. So you have your rising positive delta, you get a tick up as you're forming this bull flag. The delta on the 5 is still, it's back above the confirmation line now. Getting a little bit of a rejection here. I went ahead and we were ticked down right like a second before that candle closed, so I pulled the plug. And right as I pulled the plug, it popped back up. So it actually never officially ticked down. And when it popped back up, it got me out at my break even. So looks like another break even. As I was saying, that's kind of a messy looking bull flag setup. So I don't even know if I would call it that. There's not much of a pull on that flag. Keep in mind, we got that news in 7 minutes, so we could just chop a little bit till then. 6 minutes. That delta is starting to turn negative now. It was flashing negative. So as long as this delta stays above this rising confirmation line, we should be looking for longs. Any longs you take in this red zone, though, are a little more risky. Unless you got the proper setup. Like if the delta's fat and growing, that's fine. Just gotta wait for the right setup out of the playbook. Looks like it's still trying to make a run for the break of this flag here. This ugly flag. We are ticking up again, right above that delta. Delta on the 5 is still growing. Do I give this one another shot is the question. went ahead and re-entered here. And at 201, I know with the news coming out, it's a little risky in 3 minutes. We do have a little bit of chop setting in here on the Delta. Told myself I was going to be a little bit more aggressive today, which is why I'm taking that, but that might backfire on me here. We're getting another lower high tick down, which is not good, so I pulled the plug. This is our third lower high in that red zone. Essentially erased all of our points off the board. JWAS, it feels choppy. Yep, it certainly feels choppy. There's our chop box on the screen. Now, if this thing ends up going long here, after 3 tries, can I take the 4th? Is it smart to take the 4th? Got about 26 seconds for this news to come out. After 3 tries, I'm just going to sit tight. You guys ever have that happen to you, though, where you try going a certain direction like 3 times, and the 4th time you throw in the towel, and that's the one that actually goes? That happens to me all the time. So that'll be this one. Delta's still rising. News is out. That could have been what we were waiting for, is that news just to come out. Oh yeah, Delta's getting pretty fat there. Well, ever since the open, this has kind of been just a nasty, choppy uptrend. Going in aggressive today was not working out for me. But it does look like 4th time is the charm here. Should have taken the 4th, I guess. we can break this order block. See how nice and uniform that delta is now? It's continuing to rise. Did any of you guys take that one? The delta on the 5 looks very strong. That strength is coming in on it. On the hourly, we are ticking up from the lower half. Flashing a tick up anyways. It's not official. We have 57 minutes to make that one official. Could be a whole different story in 57 minutes. Well, it looks like we're getting a little bit of a rejection there off that top order block. We never did put in a new high above that. Looks like Bitcoin's trying to rebound. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. Looks more like a V bottom on the 5-minute chart. Delta's still looking really strong. She is a choppy uptrend, though. Definitely not making it easy on you. Now we put in a new high above that order block. As choppy as this is, I think I'm going to try this long on this tick up here. All right. I am long from the close of this candle. It's at 223.50. We did close under the delta though, which is it's not great. It's just a sign of weakness. But like I said, this is a choppy uptrend, so you're going to have that. Back down to the 8 SMA. Now, typically, I don't take longs when the signal is underneath that delta in the red zone. So I did in this case because it does appear that it wants to keep rising here. Went ahead and stayed in on this one. I did not pull the plug on that tick down. Man, it is not making it easy today, is it? Looks like maybe I should have pulled the plug on that tick down. And we're stopped out. Just a nasty uptrend we got going on here. So even though we got stopped out on a long, we are technically still bullish here, so still looking for a long setup. Got that chop setting in again on the delta. Delta on the 5 looks really nice. Strong and uniform. It's growing. But on the 1, we are fighting here. And you know, this is another stupid broadening formation. Got our higher highs, and you got your lower lows. Those always get you. I'm not drawing that very well. Oh well. Leave it on the screen just to remind ourselves that that could continue to want to play out. You know, once you start looking for those broadening formations, you see them all over the place. And if you study it the way that the market moves, it's really just a series of these broadening formations over and over and over again on all time frames. It is flashing a tick down underneath that negative delta. So if we get more of a negative slope on this delta, that is it's a delta squeeze short setup. However, what I don't like about it is this confirmation line is still rising pretty aggressively. And you have all this distance in between the delta and the confirmation line. I like this to close in somewhere up here. Those are usually a better setup, but if you want to be aggressive, you can take that one, I guess. We are struggling to go up, so maybe down is where it really wants to go. But as long as this 5-minute looks the way it does, I don't really want to trade against that. See how aggressive this one is? Those delta candles are getting fatter. So it might be better just to wait and be patient for the long setup here. Not loving it though. Not loving the longs, not loving the shorts. It's really kind of ugly. What did we say was going on tomorrow for news? Let's check it out. ADP non-farm employment change at 7:15. Wonder if that might be enough to make today a nasty sideways day. So JWAS, you're 1 for 1 today. Is that MicroStrategy? Have you had any trades on NQ? NQ is ugly. Let's look at gold. Gold doesn't look so bad. Actually, potential long setup on gold in development right there. Let's tick up above the rising delta. Delta squeeze. Long right there. We'll come back to that, see if it plays out. NQ delta is chop. Yes, it is. That's the type of delta we don't want to see. See how nice and beautiful it was right before we opened today? Got one good trade out of that, but ever since the open, it's been kind of nasty. It does look like this delta might start to roll down. That delta candle's getting thicker to the downside. We are starting to get a tick down on the 5-minute. Delta's tapering a little bit. See how it was rising aggressively right there? Still not something you want to short on the 5. Delta's above the confirmation line, so should still be just waiting, sitting tight for a long. There's the drop coming through. See that one delta candle right there, how it was fatter than all the others? The timing wasn't really right with the signal line though, so it's hard to trade. But one thing is for certain, it was going up, but it was struggling to go up. Usually when it struggles to go up, and it takes the stairs up like that, it takes the elevator down. We did break outside of our chop box now, so that's kind of reset. We are at the bottom of that broadening formation. We are starting to get a tick up in that lower power zone. Delta is tapering. We are back under VWAP though. So still seems kind of like a no-go zone, you know? But now that we're under VWAP on the 1, if we can hold below it and not chop it, I would like to see a short setup develop. But if you take VWAP out of the picture and you're just looking at the 1 minute C delta, if this delta continues to taper down and we get a higher low here, that would be a long setup for me. That delta did just cross under that confirmation line, so it is really weak though. But still, I would like to see the signal tick down, put in a little bit of a higher low, and have that delta starting to turn up or taper positive. That delta is gaining more steam to the downside. Not a good sign for the bulls. We did react off that VWAP, so could this be the move? Is this the move to the downside? The 5 minute doesn't really agree with that so far, but we'll see. There's our higher low. I just went long there. It's an early long. It's flashing, but we have a nice, it's bullish divergence, and we have a nice little hammer candle in there. It's usually pretty good. So I'm long at 188.25. Now I kind of jumped the gun there because I didn't wait for the close of this candle, but a little bit more of a aggressive early entry. I need to see this delta taper though and start to turn. If we tick down here and it's gaining momentum, continuing to the downside, I got to pull it. We are ticking down there. It's not really tapering at all, so I pulled it. Just put in our second higher low. We are tapering more now. That's what I wanted to see earlier. Now the delta's turning positive. A little too early on that one for me. Raising cane. I've always traded the range charts on NT8, so I put the cumulative volume delta on there. Good stuff. Awesome. Are you referring to the regular cumulative delta on NinjaTrader? because that is a little different than this one. Well, we could be going in to a range for the day. We have our confirmation line flattening out kind of near the middle zone here. And if it continues to kind of hang around this middle zone, these entries in the power zones are what we should be looking for to go long and short. Raising Cane. Oh, the Zeiierman one. Just got it last week. Awesome. It's like that second higher low right here. Probably should have jumped back in there, but it's just been so choppy. Now I'm starting to get a little gun shy. But these power zones, 2 higher lows in a power zone is better than 1. I should have just taken it. JWAZ is 2 for 2. That's good for you. I'm going to keep this on the screen to remind us that we might be going into a more of a range day. On the 5-minute, I figured this would happen. You know, earlier I said 5 did not agree with the 1. 5 is bullish, but we got this little chop that happened on the 5. And we are flashing a tick up above a rising delta on the 5. That's bullish. We also got chop on the 15. All of that is chop. Just not a lot of conviction either way here. Those days kind of suck. Got about 3 minutes until this this tick up above the rising delta on the 5 sets in. So if that is going to play out, we should be looking for a long setup on the 1. Starting to get a tick down on the 1 from the red zone, but the delta is rising. So if we get a tick up above the delta, it looks like it kind of pulled out of it at the last second there. That's why I always wait for the candle close. But so over here, I'd be waiting for something like that on the signal, a tick up above a rising delta. That would coincide with the 5-minute. I'm going to go ahead and flip that 5 back to bullish since the delta is above the confirmation line now. But there's some disagreement here between the 15 and the 5, so when you see that disagreement, that's when you can end up in these choppy or ranging type scenarios. We pulled up there to the daily open and rejected off of it so far. But those levels probably don't mean a whole lot right now. I mean, we're basically chopping the daily open. We're chopping VWAP. Back under VWAP now. VWAP or VWAP? Are you guys VWAP guys or VWAP guys? I kind of go back and forth. Lately I've been VWAP. You know, you can also tell that we're chopping here because all the EMAs are getting really tight, flat down the middle. So the power zone should be where it's at to go long and short. Starting to see flat chop flashing on the delta again. So we'll go ahead and mark it. Well, you know, it's not a very good day when you already got 4 chop boxes on your screen and it's not even 10 o'clock yet. The 15-minute just put in a lower high under a falling delta. We'll see if that wants to kick in on the 5-minute. And then the 1. But you know, those higher time frames, they're only really helpful if you're in a trend. If you're not in a trend, you're just going to get chopped up trying to trade with those. In that case, it's better just sticking to the signals on the 1 or whatever your entry time frame is. You know, we were flashing positive here, but it never actually was official. It didn't close that way. So this isn't really a chop box anymore. Not that last one. You can see this other indicator doesn't know what's going on either because we got a red line, then a green line, then a red line. So we are just sideways for the moment. We did seem to really react off this daily open line, though. Delta on the 1 minute's actually gaining some steam to the downside. It's nice to see it do something. We are flashing that lower high on the 5. Delta on the 5 is actually growing more negative too. Go ahead and get rid of this. Just to clean things up a little bit. We did just get a tick up from that power zone. I went long there. We also closed above the 8. Reason why I went long is because we do have that flat confirmation line. The delta was tapering there. So in our ranging setup from the playbook, we should be taking these from the power zones. It didn't really dive too deep in that power zone. It's kind of right there on the edge, so we might get another little tick down and maybe put in another higher low. We'll see. It's like that 8 SMA entry would have been a little bit better. And we want to see that delta continue to taper and turn positive. We don't want to see it go negative here. Well, she is not looking good so far. We're ticking down. We are gaining more steam. And I just got taken out at my full stop. That's my second full stop. Or wait. Or is that my third full stop today? I think that might be my third full stop today. Normally that does not happen. I like to exit early on a tick down before that happens, but this didn't even tick down yet. Today is a tough one, that's for sure. So on the 15, we're bearish. We have that lower high. That's more of a delta squeeze setup for the downside on the 15. The 5 minutes technically bullish, but we just put in a lower high with a falling delta over there, so it doesn't really know what it wants to do yet. I took this higher low as a range trade from the power zone. But as I said before, it didn't really dip too deep in that power zone. So this might be if we pull down a little bit deeper in there and tick up, that might be the one. But so far, my mind feels completely out of sync with the market today. We are getting that tick up now. But yeah, I don't know. Everything seems super risky at this point. A little bit of bullish divergence there too. Got that lower low on the price. It's not quite a higher low, but it's like a relatively equal low on the signal. So far, this is just one of those days that feels like no matter what you do, it's kind of the wrong thing. I don't know if you guys are having the same issue that I am. Stealth blew one of my Combine accounts. Rough day green on the other ones, but it was tough. Yeah, today's a tough one. I need to grab a refill, reset my brain. I'll be right back. So she did decide to want to go up, huh? I hate it when that happens. When you're right in the direction, but just a little too early. Timing is very important. Gosh, how many times did that happen to me? Like here, I was right on the move, but I was too early. here, looks like I was right on the move. A little too early. You know, again, those are those broadening formations. Higher highs, lower lows, higher highs, lower lows. These, that was right before that news, that the market just didn't want to budge. But I was right on the direction. There was 3 I was out there. Here, this one was a bad trade for sure. That's about it, yeah. So, you know, typically I would go and I would jump back in here on this next tick up from the power zone. Oops, put that in the wrong spot. This tick up from the power zone, the second one, even if I get stopped out, I usually jump right back in those, but with the way that today is going, I just feel really gun shy to take those. Stealth, it seems your better entries on the second tick up after it makes a lower low. Yeah, well, today it is. Look how ugly this is on the 5. Look at that chop on the 5. I mean, that's just ugly. Teammaker, plus you're a little sick, so that could be affecting your mental and physical. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't really feel like I'm all that with it today. That's for sure. Speaking of your mental capacity, my wife ended up buying these creatine gummies for my son. She was saying that it's supposed to help not only like your physical, like if you're trying to bulk up muscle or whatever, but also it's supposed to be good for like your cognitive function in your brain. I didn't know that. So maybe I need to start taking some of those creatine gummies. Any of you guys take those? Not sure if they work or not, but... Well, that was definitely the move to the upside there. Look at that. I was just too early. Creatine is a trending product right now. You know, I used to take like back when I was a teenager and I was trying to bulk up a little bit. I was working out a lot. I used to take the creatine powder, like make little shakes out of it. So are we back to starting to develop a little broadening formation here? We took out the swing low, took out the swing high. You see how when it does that, it just, like usually, the move is usually strong, right back in the other direction to take out that other swing high or low. Those are the moves I want to catch. And you know, if that was part of your entry strategy, you could go and just mark the swing high and mark the swing low, you know, which should be there and there. And you know, when I entered on this candle, it never took out that low. So if that's actually part of your entry strategy, that it has to take out the low first, well, then you would have waited for the second tick up, and then that would have been beautiful, targeting that other high. I just see that play out so much in the charts. See, the delta's right back above that confirmation line again. So, and we did technically tick down here. So according to the playbook, we should be range trading. We should be playing these power zones. That one there was just too early. So maybe the idea is to take the second one today. Let's try that. Or I'm going to try that. I'm going to try the second tick down, not the first. Because we did tick down right here. We'll go ahead and mark it and simulate this one. We'll pretend that we took it. So we would have been in right there. First short. We did take out that swing high, so that delta still looks really strong and climbing though. You see how strong it is here compared to like this drop, compared to this drop. Like this is the strongest that we've seen it since, well, really since before the open. So maybe we're going to start putting in some decent moves now. Delta's still rising pretty aggressively. Those deltas on the 15 and the 5 though, still very ugly. Technically bullish, but ugly. You know what? Maybe there's a bigger broadening formation here that I'm not seeing. Let me look at that. Let's go to the 5. Let's get rid of our broadening formation lines here. I mean, we definitely have one there. This one's kind of weird looking, but something like that. So you have a high here. This high takes out that high. Doesn't look as clean over there unless you go way over here. So this takes out that, that takes out that. Here, you know what? I'm going to stop drawing them with those lines. I'm going to use the ray. The ray is much easier. There we go. There we go. That's more accurate. So now, there we go. See that? So this took out this low, and this pulled right down to that line. So I think that's more of our broadening formation right there. No, that's on the 5. Go back to the 1. Yeah, that looks much better. See how this took out that. This took out that. This took out that. Then we kind of dipped below, got back above inside that broadening formation. Still playing out. So we'll just leave that up and see if it continues to respect that. All right, and again, we're not in this trade here. We're just kind of simulating what it would have been like. We took that first tick down, but again, that delta is pretty, you know, it's rising pretty aggressively there, so that's why I didn't actually take that trade. So this is the second tick down right here. Technically, this first one would not have gotten stopped out using my 80 tick stop. We did just close below that 8 SMA. The second tick down would have been a better entry. But you know, if this is our broadening formation here, then technically we should be waiting for this high to get broken, which it has not. It has not got broken yet. So we'll see if we can break that and then start to pull back. Got close. It's within a tick or two. Bitcoin still bouncing back here on its broadening formation. Yeah, let's redraw that one too. You know, not pinpoint accuracy, but fairly generally accurate. Delta is finally starting to roll over a little bit here on the 1. Never really got a clean entry though. I mean, we did get the second tick down. You know, we said that we were looking at potentially taking that, but then we started looking at this high over here. So we took the second one. That entry is definitely better than the first. Also got a little mini broadening formation here. See, the market's just a series of these broadening formations. They're everywhere. Flashing a tick down from that upper power zone on the 5. And we are getting this delta to kind of roll over here. So as long as this delta maintains like a negative slope, I'm still looking for a short entry. I would feel better though if that other swing high was taken out. I don't want to be too early again. Can you guys hear my dog snoring? A dog's life, man, I tell you. No. No, she's being kind of loud. But I think with this microphone, it's more directional, so I think it kind of filters out a lot of room noise. We're getting a little bit of a tick up here in the red zone. Delta's starting to turn positive again, which means we got a little bit of chop here. Maybe it's going up there to take out that swing high. And in this little mini broadening formation, it has to take out this high. So if it takes that one out, then it takes this one out too. We'll see if it can do it. See if it can take that out and then have the signal tick down right here. give us a little bit of a delta squeeze setup. Looks like we might get the delta squeeze set up here, but it didn't take out that high, so take it or not. I don't know. That delta's still kind of choppy looking too. So I think I'm going to wait. And that delta doesn't really have that negative slope anymore. It's actually starting to turn more positive, which would mean that it's not really a delta squeeze setup. The delta has to have a negative slope to it. Or it has to be, the delta itself has to be negative. So you're starting to put in a higher low here on signal. That delta's got more of a, it's got more of a positive slope now, see? And we took out that high, so maybe she wants to turn somewhere in here. Starting to sell off a little bit. Maybe this is it. So we took out the high, now we're just waiting for another lower high on the signal with the delta rolling over. Stealth, news just broke that South Korea president declares martial law. Well, that's pretty crazy. What's going on over there? I haven't been watching any news lately, so I have no idea what's going on in the world. Starting to get that second lower high tick down on under the delta. The delta is flashing negative. We did take out that high. Everything lines up, so I'm going to go ahead and take a short here. I'm short from 224. And if this broadening formation is going to continue playing out, we should target this low down here, which would be 62 ticks if we can get it. This delta is just still chopping. Come on. That break right there was what we were waiting for. But, you know, broadening formations can't play out forever. Eventually it expands to one side or the other. So hopefully this isn't the time it decides to expand to the upside. But see, we still have that positive slope on the delta, which is the only thing that worries me here. We're ticking up, so I gotta pull the plug. Too choppy today. See, when I entered, we were negative at that point. The delta was negative. But right after that, we turned positive. We kept that positive delta slope. But maybe I was just too early again. Now we're starting to flash another lower high. All right, we flashed another lower high. If this delta starts to roll negative again, this time I'm going to jump back in. I'm not going to let that go. Well, my stats today are not very good, that's for sure. But I've been here before. Still turned today into a positive day. All we need is one or two winners, and that'll put us positive. Well, looks like we're trying to expand to the upside now. See that the slope on the delta is very important. It's usually leading. So if you got a positive slope there and you get a tick up that goes along, that's basically the current of the river. That's the direction the current's flowing. If that's positive, the current's flowing in that direction, you want to take tick ups in that direction, generally speaking. However, taking them like up here when you're on the edge of a broadening formation, that's kind of a risky place to take them, which is why I did not take that trade. I'm curious about what's going on in South Korea, though. You guys have more news on that? Just saw on Twitter, says in a historic and deeply unsettling move, South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol has declared martial law, citing threats of anti-state activities by opposition leaders. This is the first such declaration since the dictatorship of Chun Do-hwan in 1980. Here's what's happening. Budget crisis. Parliament failed to pass the budget due to opposition leaders blocking it. Government shutdown. The president claims the opposition paralyzed governance, forcing his hand. Martial law declared. All institutions are now under presidential control. Parliament raided. Opposition leaders face arrests as the military storms government buildings. Media censored. All press is under strict martial law control. Military in Seoul. Armed forces now occupy the city center. This power move has thrown one of Asia's leading democracies into chaos, with fears growing over the economic and political fallout. Wonder if this has anything to do with the markets today. Looks like I should have put my trend line on the screen and traded this as the bull flag entry setup. It satisfies the requirement. Positive delta, tick up right underneath our 45-degree angled bull flag slope. We definitely have our pole. We got our flag, consolidation. Everything was there. You know, sometimes there's multiple setups at play that you could be looking at, going both long and short at the same time, and that can be a little confusing for me sometimes. In that particular case, I was looking at taking out that high, looking at the broadening formation play, thinking we were going to continue back lower and start filling in this gap that we made. But it looks like we want to expand higher, so we just took out previous day high. Could be a little bit of a liquidity sweep there and head back down. You know what? I say this a lot too. Like sometimes when it's chopping and you get bored, you start looking for all of these other things. You know, broadening formations, trend lines, all this stuff. And if you just focus on the setups in the playbook with the cumulative delta and ignore all of that other stuff, generally speaking, you do a lot better. So had I been doing that here, I would have taken the bull flag setup. That would have been a winner. That is directly in the playbook. But you know, you also got that chop that you're dealing with there too. So going back here, the way that I should have played this. So you know how I said that this first tick down does not satisfy the delta squeeze setup because you have a positive delta. It's like rolling back up right there. I said it has to either be rolling down with a negative slope or it has to be negative. Well, here it was negative for a second. So, but you still kind of had that positive slope to it. So you could have entered there. It's just more of a risky play. But if you get out on the tick up, I should have had my mind open to the other setup here, which is the bull flag setup. So what I should have done is still enter on that one if I wanted to be more aggressive. But where I pulled the plug is where I should have flipped long on the bull flag setup. I would have been a lot better off had I done that. But we're starting to fall back inside this broadening formation now, so this is a little interesting. We popped, but it doesn't look like it's sustainable yet, at least. Might just be going back for a little retest. And like in that last situation, how there was both like there was a short setup and then a long setup that occurred right after that. Your mind really has to be sharp to be ready to move on those. My mind today is not very sharp. Well, maybe we are heading lower now. So far, that move looks like a SpaceX rocket move. Straight up and right back down. Can the rocket be caught, or is it going to crash? See how many points that would have been if we jumped in that trade. Looks like it barely would have hit my 125 tick TP. It was like right there. 125 ticks on NQ seems to work pretty well. That's why I have a template set for it. Well, it doesn't look like this rocket's going to be caught. I'm going to take out this low here. If we do, that's another little broadening formation. Yep, we just took it out. So right now, that is our broad information, potentially something like this. If we go any lower. But technically, yeah, we just went a little lower on that. That's too steep there. Took out the low. We're ticking up from the power zone. Just dipped a little lower. That new Zeiierman indicator is flashing a, this is where we're supposed to buy into a pullback in a uptrend. And so the tick up after that signal, from what I've been seeing, is usually a pretty good signal. Looks like we're dropping a little lower here. Gonna hit VWAP. Jawaz, you nabbed a short there. Awesome. Where did you jump in for the short? I didn't really see a clean short setup on my side. Or did you just jump in the middle of the move? Went ahead and took a long there on the close of that candle. Long from 207. Since I consider range day the tick down from power zone, even though Delta was thick. Yeah, if you're looking at it being a range day, that tick down from the power zone, yeah. And plus, it took out previous day high on that one, so you had a little bit of a liquidity sweep there. Now, this technically ticked up from the bottom, which is why I went long there. Plus, we have that Zeiierman indicator saying to go long there. Plus, we were bouncing off a VWAP a little bit. So, We'll see if we can get a little bit of a bounce here. Starting to put in a higher low. That technically that ticked up. You see where it's turned white right there? It just wasn't much of a tick up. Man, it's really pushing down, isn't it? Might have been better to wait for more of a substantial tick up. But usually, even if it's just tiny like that, those are usually the best entries. Usually gets you a little bit better price. Now we're putting in a average regular size tick up. Delta is tapering. Be nice to put a winner back on the board. It's been a while. So if we still are in that ranging scenario, this tick up from the power zone is where we should be entering. And you know, it is nice to see a little bit of movement coming back in the market. Usually when we chop for the first part of the day, it gets better around lunchtime, and it's getting to be about lunchtime. So hopefully I can make my money back here. Turn this red day into a green day. We did gain a little bit of a footing there on VWAP, so hopefully that gives us a little bit of fuel back to the upside. How's the delay today? Is there a big delay? It looks like there might be quite a bit of a delay today, actually. I'm looking at the chart, and looks like it's a couple candles behind. Is it like 2 minutes behind? Jeez. JWAS, did you take that long from the power zone? You didn't. I thought you were range trading. You probably didn't take it because I took it. My performance today is not the best. Your mind's not fully focused. Maybe you need some of those creatine gummies. I didn't even know that they made that in a gummy. Do they still make the powder? Gummy must be a new thing. Go ahead and move my stop to break even. Let's see what this looks like on the 5. Yeah, the 5 still looks kind of nasty to me, but, you know, at least on the 5, we have this positive confirmation line. It's been choppy in here. But overall, we are in an uptrend. It's a choppy one. We did just tick up from the green zone on the 5, so hopefully we see some continuation there. Hopefully a little bit more smoothed out. Back on top of that daily open that we've been chopping all day. All right, hopefully we put in a little bit of a bull flag here and continue. However, we did close underneath that 8 SMA. We are ticking down from the red zone. The delta doesn't look all that strong right now. It's tapering, so the conservative thing to do here would be to take profit if we tick down, and then get back in if we get another long setup. So I think that's what I'm going to do if we tick down here. And we did, so hey, I got a winner on the board. 10 points. Now, if we are no longer ranging, this would actually be a short setup. This delta cross the confirmation line being step 1, step 2 being a tick down from the red zone, which we just got. So that is technically a short setup right there. Kind of goes against the 5-minute time frame, which is why I did not go short there. Plus, we've kind of been in more of a rangy scenario. So if you're ranging, you don't want to take those. So we'll see if we come down, hit this VWAP again, and bounce for more of a double bottom, give us a little bit more support. Or she might just slice right through. Maybe we're not ranging anymore. It's hard to know, you know. You're getting that tick up from the green zone, but the delta's chopping. Not the best looking long setup. Plus it closed underneath the delta, which just shows more weakness. The delta does still look pretty weak. We have a negative slope on the delta. So if we get a lower high in the red zone, I actually would be looking more for a short. We also have that negative slope on the delta on the 5. We are ticking down currently underneath that delta on the 5. We are flashing that lower high on the 1. Bull's trying to step back in. The tick down was not official, so but we're flashing it again here. I went ahead and took this lower high short. However, if we tick back up above that delta, I'd be possibly looking to go flipping long there. This is one of those situations where you're kind of getting a setup in both, or potentially in both directions, but right now we're short, so. And again, the reason why we're short is because we have this negative slope on the delta, and we have a lower high tick down on the signal in the red zone. Kind of have a little bit of a wedge setup here, so it could really go either way. We end up getting a tick up near this lower power zone. It could end up going long again. But we'll see. It has to prove it first. All we can do is follow the signals. Kind of hoping that we just slice right through VWAP and crash back down to this this other swing low target for that Browning formation. That would be 50 points if we can get it. But like I said, we kind of have to be careful here because it could go either way. We have a little bit of a wedge set up. We're still on top of VWAP. So technically the bulls should have the upper hand here, unless the bears can force it back down. That delta's still negative, still falling. It looks like it's gaining a little bit of momentum. So can it continue to push through? Starting to lose that VWAP now. Just closed underneath. Go ahead and move my stop to break even. We are getting that tick up from that lower power zone, and the delta is tapering. So let's go ahead and take profit here. And I'm looking to possibly flip as long as this candle doesn't slam down on me. Small winner, 7.5 points. Jawaz, you are doing awesome. 5 for 5 for you today. And then yesterday was what? 8 for 8. And then Friday was it like 6 or 7 for 7? Something like that. You are doing awesome. So we're barcoding now here on this VWAP. We are ticked up from that lower power zone with the tapering delta, so technically we should be long here. Still not totally convinced, but all right, I am back long. At 206. Yeah, you are on a winning streak. Are you still just trading in the direction of the 5-minute tick downs or tick ups? Today, no, because of range. Yeah, okay. But you are taking those power zone entries, right? Yeah, patience is key. I don't like this barcoding that we're seeing here, but the bulls should have the upper hand here since we did barcode here in this power zone. So if we could break that trend line, we should get more of a pop to the upside. Delta's really tapering, starting to turn positive now. So can the bulls push it, or are we just going to continue to barcode? So far, so good. We're starting to break that trend line. Well, if the market starts moving here, it'll be right on schedule. Lunchtime. Last few weeks, it seems that lunchtime has been where it's at. The delta is positive, so the bulls do have the immediate upper hand here. Kind of struggling though so far. If it puts in this tick down here, I'm going to have to pull the plug. So hopefully we get a little push here on this candle. There we go. Getting back up to that daily open. All right, this is a good time for me to move my stop to break even and go to the bathroom and see if we come out a winner. Be right back. So far, so good. Delta starting to turn back up. Hopefully the bulls can keep it above that 8 SMA. We just had our first little retest of it. I would prefer not to get stopped out at break even here. And we're out. To the penny on the end of that wick. We did tick down from that red zone, so technically that is a short setup if we are not ranging. Delta's under the confirmation line. Confirmation line's headed down. But it does... it doesn't really coincide with the 5 minute. The 5 is still bullish. So there's some disagreement there. Which usually leads to a little bit of chop, so... Now we're starting to put in a higher low on the signal. Is it going to go this time? I went ahead and jumped in that. So I'm back in a long. 214.25. Need to see some movement come back into this market. Otherwise, with this choppy action, we're just going to get chopped up. You gotta be kidding me. They just put in another tick down in the red zone. So I pulled it. Right here at 75. 209.75. Another 4.5 points. What I should be doing is I should be shorting that. 2 tick downs from the red zone with a very weak delta. It's usually a good short. So I am short from 208.25. Delta's very weak. It's flat. 2 tick downs in the red zone. We'll see if she can actually follow through with this one. But if we continue putting in this very thin, like if we start to go positive in here, it looks like we're flashing positive. If we continue to do that, then I'm just going to pull the plug and not play with this chop. That's when you're typically supposed to walk away. However, we were chopping a lot of the morning, so I was kind of hoping that we would start to move a little here over lunchtime. But if we just get stagnant again, then that's no good. It hasn't put in a tick up yet. It's working on it. Just very flat. Come on, Bears. We got to pull out of this. Let's go down. We need to get JWAS back on the down elevator button. Well, it's a step in the right direction. Still sitting on top of VWAP, though. We got to lose VWAP to gain any sort of momentum. I'm going to go ahead and redraw this broadening formation here. Give us a potential target. The 5 minute still sloped down, starting to put in a lower high on the signal on the 5. So a short on the 1 should be where it's at. But if we can get this drop to push through that low, that swing low down there is what I would like to see get taken out. Maybe 46 points. Starting to flash a tick up there in the green zone, so might move to break even here. All right, I'm back to break even. Hopefully the bears can step in and drop her down. Come on, bears. Nope, I'm out at break even again. We're just flat. We are flat. Again, the reason why I moved to break even is because we got this tick up from the green zone. I want to see more follow through in that. We're starting to put in a lower high now, but gosh, I don't know. Do I jump back in a short is the question. We are back in a short. 199.25. Just got to break this VWAP and start heading down. Bulls are stepping back in, saying nope. See, anytime you take a short like that from the green zone, it's more risky. Never officially ticked up there. I'm still in this trade. Jawa says it's a slow molasses drip. Yes, it is. It is painful. Usually a better time to walk away than try to force a trade that's not there. All right, we are ticking up now. I just pulled the plug. All right, 206.25. There's not a whole lot going on here, is there? Pedro says gold was much better. Let's check out gold. We haven't looked at that since we simulated that trade. Did that trade play out? Well, it went up. Looks like it was too early there. We would have been out here. So that would have been a loser. But yeah. This is a long right here. This is a long right here. This is a short right here. That's our, see the delta's rolling over. That's our delta squeeze. So let's just look at this quick. This would have been our entry. Could have got out at one of those tick downs from the power zone up here. If you took the second one, it would have been there. Here's your second entry. And with the delta up there, you would have waited for delta cross, which is right here. So you'd be out right there, which is like close to the very top. See, this is the way things are supposed to move. And then you would have been short from right here on the delta squeeze. And you arguably could have been out on one of these tick ups from the lower power zone. Probably this second one right here where you get this other green spike. So small winner, but it would have been a winner. And looks like you'd still be, it's just getting into more chop now. But yeah, those would have been winners there. So MNQ finally deciding to push down here. Oh, it's been like pulling teeth over here. Bitcoin still trying to bounce. Hey JWaz, yesterday you were asking me about my bots and how that actually works with crypto. This is can you guys see my screen here? Yeah. So this is a good example. So here's a link trade that I'm in. My bot bought in right here. So the way that it works is I have all these alerts. All these alerts are tied to my bot on TOMMYBOTS. And so you can group alerts together. So see how this one says entry power zone 1 of 2. And then this says entry power zone 2 of 2. So both of these have to alert within a certain time window. And you get to specify whatever time window you want. So on this particular one, I have the time window set to 20 minutes. So both of these have to alert within 20 minutes of each other. And if they do, then it will do whatever action you're telling it to do. So like here, I'm telling it to buy using 8% of the funds that are available on my account. So what this basically means in this thing here is, well, if you look at the condition, the signal line has to be less than 0.02. So that's your dotted or dashed line down here. So if the signal pulls down and it ticks up below that line, it's going to buy basically. And but right now we've already had such a significant move up. We got this big engulfing candle to the downside. So I might not want to buy right here. And so if I want to turn that off, all I have to do is click stop on these alerts and it stops. So I'm still in this trade, so I'm looking more to get out of this trade. So that's where these other two alerts down here come in. So again, I'm using group alerts, 2 alerts together to get out of a trade. So what this says is if the delta is underneath this confirmation line, and then we get a tick down on the signal, it's going to get me out of the trade. So odds are this signal is going to pull up somewhere and then it's going to tick down. And as long as this delta is still underneath the confirmation line when that happens, then it's going to get me out of the trade. So odds are we'll pull up a little bit and then we'll tick down, and it'll probably get me out somewhere in here. We'll see. But if this is just a little pullback and the delta goes back above the confirmation line and we tick down, then it keeps me in. And that's how it keeps me in for, you know, the bulk of the move, usually. So, and this trade's pretty good. Looks like we're at about 30% on this one. But you see all of these other, all of these other alerts. These are all just paused right now. So I basically have a bunch of options set up here. So based off of what I see that's going on in the charts, I could just come in here and say, okay, say I just want to buy the next tick up for whatever reason. I have an alert for that, and all I have to do is click play. So like this one says entry signal switch up. And if I play that alert, I can now walk away, and on this the next time the signal line ticks up, it's going to buy me back in. So you can just easily go down your list. You could set up, you know, whatever scenarios you want to set up based off of your trading plan or your strategy. And then it's just a matter of clicking start and stop on those alerts. Pretty simple, actually. Here's my Aave trade. And so like, see in this trade, I'm still in here. See, we ticked down underneath the delta, but the delta started to rise again, and it's above that confirmation line. So it kept me in. So even though it, you know, we have there's a, you know, our broadening formation going on again. But it kept me in because the delta is still rising. So it does a really good job keeping you in the bulk of those moves. So like this one here is up 33%. Yeah, 33% so far. So as long as the buyers want to continue the move, it'll keep me in there until the buyers are exhausted. So here's my SCI trade. And my Celestia trade. But everything here in crypto land is all run off my bots. They're all run off of those alerts. And so, you know, some people think, well, you know, bots are bad because it's completely automated and you have no control. Well, with TOMMYBOTS, I consider it more like semi-automated trading because, you know, it's completely up to me to, you know, when to turn these things on and off depending on what's going on in the charts. So if I see us going into a big downtrend and I don't want the bots to continue buying in, all I have to do is stop the alerts and it'll stop it. But the nice thing about doing this is I could check things before I go to bed and, you know, say I want to buy the next tick up for whatever reason and it happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. My bots will get me in at the opportune time. Anyway, that's kind of how that works. So back to NQ. What do we got going on here? Well, signal made it to that lower power zone and ticked up, and looks like if you guys ended up taking that, so far that's a winner. But very choppy afternoon here, or not even afternoon yet. Lunchtime. So did all of that make sense with how my bots work? Do you guys have any questions on that? And you know those alerts, since they are just alerts, you can automate pretty much any indicator that allows you to alert on things. If you can set an alert on it, you can automate it, essentially. If we take out the swing high here, it looks like we're going to be putting in another little broadening formation. There's our lower lows. Going to put in another higher high somewhere up here, potentially. And there we go. Looks like the power zone's where it's at. You know, you try to jump into some of these entries right in the middle, you can kind of get chopped up. If you're in that range mentality, or if the market is in a ranging market condition, these are the highest probability entries, is to wait for those. Of course, we missed this one because I was talking about other stuff. Looks like we're working on potentially taking this high out. And we just took that one out. So see here, the other thing that coincided with this tick up from the lower power zone was taking out this low over here. It took it out first, and then we shoot up to the other one. It's amazing how that works. And notice how that ends up being, like this move here, ends up being the best move of all the crap in the middle. When you go from one end of the broadening formation to the other. So again, we were talking about that earlier, but if that was part of your entry criteria, then you would have skipped that one. This one you would have taken because it took out this low. But then if you wait for this low to get taken out, the next time that happens is here. It's a pretty good move. You know, it figures that that best move has to come right when I was talking about other stuff, not looking. Thought that was a good time to do that because we were chopping so much. $5 still looks kind of nasty. As does the 15. Well, this is one of the better moves of the day. We had a decent move down here. Didn't really have a clear entry signal. JWAS caught some of that. This one here was pretty good, but we missed it because I was gun shy after stopping out right there. So really, I mean, you know, one good move there, one good move here, and then this is like the third decent move of the entire day. And for whatever reason, we missed all three of those. Or I should say I missed all three of those. Maybe you guys got them. All right, we just put in our first lower high in that power zone. That's typically a good short. However, the delta is now in the upper half, so I'd feel much better about it if the delta was flat. So I am going to skip that one. Notice on this move down right here, the delta right here. Like, see how it was kind of moving down aggressively, but the delta candles just didn't really, you know, you see all that space in between the delta candles? It's not like this. See how those are real nice and compact and close together and consistent? These moves here that I'm trying to point out, those usually are not sustained, which explains why this bounce had. See, when we started to turn positive again right here, explains why that bounced so nice right there. Starting to put in our second lower high from that power zone. There's a little bit of a fair value gap here that we could be reacting off of. Delta is tapering. But now that this delta is, I don't know, it all depends on if you're still look at this as we're in a ranging market condition or not. If we're ranging still, then that should be a short right there. If we're not ranging, which I don't know, I feel like we might be pulling out of this ranging stuff. If that's the case, just the fact that this delta is now in the upper half tells me that we should only be looking for longs. However, we have been ranging, and usually it's a good idea to just continue with that mindset until it proves that it's not going to want to range anymore. So should I go short here? I'm giving it a shot. $236.25. Delta is starting to round over a little bit and turn negative, but I don't know. There's still something I don't really feel right about this one. Yep, I think we're going to want to turn bullish here. If we close above that 8, I'm pulling the plug. That's my line in the sand. And we did it. Yeah, I had the feeling that was going to happen there. You know, we have the 20 down here. We wicked right to the 20 almost perfectly. And it really likes to bounce there on the 20. See that right there? What was that? Minus 4.25. And again, I might just be a little too early on this one. We'll see. We'll see if we can consolidate a little and build a little bit of a bull flag here, and then we might have still have a long entry there. Sorry, guys, if you lost my screen there. Well, we got a rising delta. We did get a tick up. So is she going to make a run for it is the question here. We're back above that 8 SMA. I went ahead and jumped in long right here. Looking at this as a bull flag breakout setup. Can she do it? Shewaz, tell us how you make your coffee, tea maker. Well, I put the beans in the coffee maker. Whole beans. I don't use ground beans. My coffee maker grinds my beans for me. And I just drink it black. Nothing frilly. Just straight up black coffee. So are we going to push to the upside here or what? What are we going to do, market? It's starting to flash a lower high in the power zone. I don't like that. The delta's still relatively thin. I would like to see that thicken up and make a little run for that previous day high again. Cut and dry guy. Yeah, I guess I am. Come on, market. You can do it. I don't like this tick down in that power zone. And I'm out of break even. See how the delta is getting super thin? You can't trust those deltas when they're thin like that. Not only is it thin, it's negative and it's rising. It's usually a leading indicator, but I mean, the bull's got to step it up if we're going to move up here. But that makes 3 lower highs in the power zone. It's usually a pretty good short. However, it goes against everything else going on right now. It goes against the 5. The 5 is pretty bullish. That delta's still heading up. Signal line's pointed up. The hourly still bullish, but very thin and flat at the top. Trying to bounce on that 20 EMA again. I'll just go ahead and leave those on. You guys have heard me say this a bunch of times, but as long as this delta maintains a positive slope, even if it's negative, it's usually a leading indicator. So if we get the signal to pull down to the green zone and tick up down here, and that delta starts to turn positive again, that's a long. Did you guys lose my chart? Hold on, I think I have to jump in this trade here. We did just get a tick up, so I went long there. But it looks like the stream might have lost my chart. Hold on a second. Oh, now it's back. Not sure what happened there. Come on, market. Now we're starting to put in a lower high right after printing that tick up from the green zone. Unfortunately, it looks like I gotta pull the plug again if it's gonna tick down here. It's too bad. Thought we might have on the brink of a winner there. That fair value gap is a tough door to break. Got a positive slope on the delta, but the delta is negative. Delta's actually gaining more momentum to the downside as far as the thickness of the delta candles goes. So maybe she is going to roll over here. We'll see. We'll see if we can get another tick up near this lower power zone. So far, she is looking really weak. Now we're starting to get that tick up here. Is this it? The ones that get closer to the power zones are better than the ones near the middle. She's trying. Delta's starting to turn positive again. We're getting that tick up near the power zone. We'll see if that indicator was leading this time. So far, it looks like it might be the case. All right, I am backing along. Be nice if one of these would actually follow through. I still think that's really weird how you can get a negative delta but have it rise. I don't know how Zeiierman's calculating that, but I like it because it's almost always leading like this. It points in the direction it's going to go. Not all the time, but usually. This also goes more in line with what's going on the 5-minute. The 15 is trying to perk up a little bit too. It's a less reliable signal though on the 15. All right, the bulls got to do it now. They got to push it up there. We are flashing a tick down. So if they can't do it, I'm going to have to pull the plug again. But I think they can do it this time. Delta's gaining some strength. It's positive again. JWaz has another winner. Are you still undefeated today? What kind of targets are you looking at? Are you just setting a explicit take profit, or are you waiting for a signal? The hidden one, you're negative 20 points. Well, you're doing better than I am. So far. JWaz is on a winning streak. We're going to have to get him on here and show us what he's doing. You're targeting 80 ticks. Yeah, that smaller targets works really well in the chop. There's just not a whole lot going on in this market today. But hopefully if we can get past this previous day high, I mean, we might have some blue sky up there. Ay, ay, ay. I just had to pull it. Break even on that one. We ticked down under the delta. I didn't want to see that. I pulled the trigger a little too late, hit my break even. If I was actually ready for that, would have been a small profit. But what I was going to say is if we can get past this previous day high and get past this order block over here, maybe we could start going on, you know, a nicer run here, but all we keep seeing are these little mini broadening formations. All right, so here's the low. So if we're going to come down, then that means we're going to end up taking this low out more than likely. So that target ends up being, right there. And we just took it out. See, one end of the broadening formation to the other, it's usually a pretty quick ride. See, we took this one out. And then right from there, boom, straight down to the other one. You know, the more and more I see that, the more I just want to trade those. It's hard to trade those small ones though. They're so tiny. Well, let's say that I was actually ready for that and shorted that tick down underneath the delta and targeted that low. Where did that go? 11.5 points. Total, it went 17.5. Just a tough market to trade today, though, all around. We did put in a higher low in the green zone. That's technically a long. But we do have a delta now with a negative slope to it, which I'm not a super big fan of. It is very thin though in tapering, so I mean that is a long there. If you took that higher low, you'd be in right here. So far, you would be in the profit. Delta's starting to flash positive now. To be honest, I'm not quite sure why I didn't take this, other than I've just kind of had a really nasty day and kind of afraid to take anything at this point. But technically, from the playbook, the reason why this is a good entry is because you have the positive slope on the confirmation line, and the delta is above the confirmation line, and it's thin and tapered. So any high or low from the green zone is technically a long entry. So I should have probably taken that, but I didn't. I did have a limit order sitting here on the 8, but I just canceled it. Okay, now we're putting in a lower high in the red zone with a weak falling delta. It's just kind of all over the place. So technically, that's a short. JWAS, did you see that Delaware judge once again ruled against shareholders for Elon Musk pay package, even after a second vote was put to shareholders and they approved it twice? Corruption. Yeah, I guess so, huh? I did not see that, though. I did see that we have a short setup here that I just jumped in. That's our tick down from the red zone on a falling negative delta. That's short. Will we get some follow through, though? I don't know. Everything is really iffy today. All right, market. We're going to break down here. We got a falling delta. It disagrees with the 5-minute. So I don't have too much confidence in it. Well, one thing's for sure, it's been struggling to go up. So maybe it'll take the elevator back down. Oh, we're sitting right there on the 200. Are we gonna break the 200 or bounce? We have a pivot line all the way down here. If we can reach that pivot, I will be very happy. It's at 139. On the 15-minute, we did get a lower high tick down above that overall falling, nasty, choppy looking delta. So on the 15, that's pretty bearish. Can we get any follow through though? We did just officially get a tick up in the power zone on the 1. That is a take profit if you want to be conservative. Not only is that a take profit, but it's technically a long entry too. I should have probably just flipped there. We did have a tapering delta when we ticked up. So, Yeah. My profits are dwindling now. Come on, don't force me out here. And it forced me out. Well, that sucks. Again, I was looking for a bigger move. I would have been better off with the smaller target. Still got a little bit of profit in there. 1.75, not very much. But yeah, if I'm following the playbook exactly, if this tapers here and you get that tick up, that's your long right there. What I should have done is I should have just flipped. Should have exited my short, flipped long, profit both ways. Psychologically, it's kind of hard to do that, though. Look at JWAS is still hitting them. Nabbed a long off the 200. Yeah, that's what I should have done. You see that? It's just a tiny little tick up there, but that matters. Seems like I'm having trouble following my own rules today. I don't know what's going on with my brain. Need to go in the other room and eat up some of those creatine gummies. It's just kind of a nasty looking chart today, though, isn't it? You really got to be on top of your game to trade that. We are starting to flash a tick down near that upper power zone. We did cross the delta. Technically, this is a short setup. As long as that delta is tapering, I can't really tell if it's tapering right now or not, so I'm going to leave that one alone. We did close underneath the 8. I'm going to go ahead and try to nab a short off the 8. Got a limit order sitting there. Because we did start tapering. All right, I just got picked up. If we close back above the 8, I'm going to pull the plug. I want this to be a wick. 233.75. So far, so good. I love those 8 SMA entries. JWAS. T-Maker, I'm often seeing power zone tick-ups after delta surges past confirmation line. Downward can be good entries. Yeah. And bounce just like this long. Are you in a long? I'm in a short. Move my stop to break even. We are starting to, we did tick up right there in the red zone. I would like to see it tick back down with a falling delta and continue that move lower. Or it's going to stop me out of break even. There we go. Push it down. Got the falling delta. Delta candles are getting thicker. That's what I want to see. I still want to know if JWAS is in a long because I'm in a short. And he is the undefeated champion today, so I don't want to go against what he's doing. Oh, the trade you're referring to was off the 200? Yeah. I know. I should have went long there, and I didn't. All right, I'm going to leave my stop at break even and take another little break. I'll be right back. Far so good. Starting to get a little bit of a delta squeeze on the 5-minute. It's flashing for a potential short. We are consolidating a little bit here. Do have a little bit of a trend line here, so could be if we break that trend line, could be a potential upside move brewing here. But the cumulative delta still says short for now, so we're staying in until that changes, which could be right about now. It's going to hit my break even. Delta is flashing positive. We are flashing a tick up from the green zone. Almost hit my break even. Might have to flip long here. Man, this market today, or just stay out. Yeah, I broke even on that one. Flipped long there. Time will tell if that was a good idea or not. 233.25. We did get that trend line break. Delta was positive. Or is this just going to be a little bit of a breakout, fake out? I don't know. There's our choppy delta coming back in. So far, looks like that might have been a breakout, fake out. It's not what I want to see right here. Can it pull out of it? Getting another tick up from the green zone. It's positive. Might just be a little retest of that consolidation. Yeah, the delta is choppy. It's kind of a no-go zone. I would not recommend trading any of this crap. Don't do what I do. We do have the delta starting to curl up a little bit. Hopefully we start to put in more of a consistent move here. It's just so weak. Market's weak. So delta's pointed up, signal's pointed up. So as long as it's pointed up, I'm staying in. If the signal ticks down, that'll be my early exit. Looks like we're flashing a tick down right now. Yeah, this market is just very nasty today. Not a whole lot of consistency, that's for sure. And I'm out. Well, if I was a smart man, I might just take the L for the day. Hold on, I gotta let my dog out. And now we're putting in another high or low tick up on in the green zone. But we are just kind of in this it's a nasty line. Kind of in this wedge pattern. We're getting squeezed in the apex here. I always hate those setups because it can really go either way. That's where you see a lot of this chop kind of step in. It's looking like she wants to break down. On the 5-minute, we do technically have a little bit of a delta squeeze there on the short side. You can't really trust anything at this point. Well, it is flat. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Well, to be honest with you, I'm surprised I kind of stuck in here as long as I have. Not feeling good today, and uh, let myself get in the hole as far as I have. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and take the L for the day. It sucks to do that, but I don't know if the market's ever going to start moving. I know it probably will eventually, but I don't really feel like sitting around and waiting for it. I feel like I got other things I could be doing. So let me go ahead and call it here. I'll take the L. I might take another trade today or two if something develops. We'll see. Otherwise, we will see you guys tomorrow. And if you keep trading, good luck. All right, see you guys.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's not golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hope and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that life is good. Am I happy? Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals. I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves